Good morning. Welcome to ED&A. We are starting with our first Senate bills, and I call on Senate Bill 45, and I call Senator Carson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, honorable members of the House ED&A Committee. For the record, my name is Sharon Carson, and I have the pleasure of representing Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Londonderry, Hudson, and Auburn. And I have for your consideration this morning Senate Bill 45, relative to National Guard education benefits. Madam Chair, this bill is quite frankly fairly simple and builds upon legislation that was passed within last biennium, which would allow eligible National Guard members to transfer their educational benefits to their spouse. This can be seen as a recruitment tool for the National Guard, and if the member is not interested in attending college, that it will allow their spouse to attend a 4-year state or college university with their benefits. And that's it.
Thank you,
Thank you
Madam
very
Chair.
much, Madam Chair.
If I may ask, as I read this, the spousal benefit is already in statute, and what they added was the ability to use it at the university system in addition to the community college system.
Correct. That is correct. Oh God, now I'm like having a brain cramp here. You are absolutely correct. It does allow them to have access to our University of New Hampshire, and I believe there's someone here from the university system who will testify in favor. They did testify in favor in the Senate as well.
Thank you. Yes, I've got other people. Are there any other questions from the committee? Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this would allow both the spouse and the serving member the benefit of a 4-year, or just one or the other?
To be honest, Representative, I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's usually what happens is you might have a National Guard member who already has a college degree and doesn't want to go for an advanced degree, and I don't believe they pay for an advanced degree. But they're not going to use that benefit. So this is going to allow their spouse to use the benefit. I'm not sure if both of them can. And again, there's Mr. Perry.
Lines 9 and
Yeah,
10 specify.
lines 9 and 10 would be my question, yeah.
Okay, let's see. Members. Yeah, it can go back. It looks like it goes back and forth. So
Not at the same,
Not at the same
okay,
time.
that's fair.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Representative Blackus.
Thank you. I think you sort of answered this, but just to be completely clear, the only change this bill is doing is adding to the current benefit of them being able to use the community college system to be able to use the university system as well, and everything else stays the same?
everything else stays the same, Representative.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Mr. Perry.
It's BB. Thank you, Senator. Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Warren Perry. I'm the Deputy Adjutant General for New Hampshire's Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. And we thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of of Senate Bill 45 relative to National Guard education benefits. As many of you may know, the top strategic challenge for the New Hampshire National Guard remains recruitment and retention for the next generation of our service members in our armed forces. What this bill does very simply is adds another tool in our toolkit to help retain soldiers. So after they complete their first term of enlistment, they have the ability to transfer their education benefits, which have been existing in statute for a long time, to their spouse. For clarity, it's one or the other at a time. They can transfer back and forth, but only one can use them at a time. This is a tremendous benefit for the members of the National Guard, that they can continue to pursue higher education essentially for free. So it's a tremendous benefit. So what we find is when we recruit the soldier, we retain the family. So this is an opportunity for us to continue to retain soldiers. So, subject to your questions, it's really that simple. We appreciate the partnership with both the community college system of New Hampshire and the university system of New Hampshire, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. A very
Okay.
simple housekeeping bill.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So why not both people at the same time?
I think I think it's just easier to administer the program for us. I mean, there's no reason that we couldn't do it both at the same time. The agreement that we have with the community college system when we instituted this in the last legislative session was that we would do one or the other to not overburden the system, because I mean, nobody pays for this, right? It's somebody goes to school for free. It's a sunk cost, an opportunity cost for the university system. I think it's just, and it doesn't double the demand on the university system. I think another reason would be not everybody needs to go to school, right? So there's no real need for there to be both, I think. So
Follow up.
Having taught at UNH a number of years ago, I know that, the university offers the benefit. If I want to take a course myself, I can just ask the instructor, and as long as he or she is not, overburdened for space or whatever, they're happy to oblige. But the situation is, you may have somebody who is assigned. I understand this National Guard. It's not the same being transferred away from, if you're in the Air Force or the Marines or whatever, get transferred away. You lose the opportunity to go to UNH, hypothetically. But it seems to me that would be a benefit, that would, if they can both get away at the same time and they want to go, they have the advantage of note taking, all the advantages of being at the place with a companion, a fellow student.
I don't think the department would be opposed to that. It's not the way we envisioned the bill originally, Representative.
But you're not basically opposing it either.
No, I'm not going to come down either way. I think that, and I'll let the university system kind of comment on any impacts they have to the university system. To our way of thinking, transferring the benefit it's similar to transferring one's GI Bill benefits, right? So when in the post 9/11 GI Bill, members of the service could transfer their GI Bill benefits to a family member. Could be a child or a spouse or whoever they want it to be. But you only had so many years of eligibility, right? So many months, 36 months of eligibility for your GI Bill. So if you transferred some of that away, it was gone. You couldn't use it again. And I think we modeled this legislation on that model. Would we be opposed to saying you could do them both at the same time? I wouldn't be opposed to it. I have no idea. Didn't really give it much thought on what the implications would be to the university system.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Other Representative Blackus.
Thank you. I think you may have implied the answer to this earlier, but, everything costs something. So the question, and I don't see a fiscal note to pay for this, so is it just the university system, either community college or UNH have to just absorb the cost? Is that how it works?
My understanding is that they absorb the cost. In previous versions of the legislation, the cost was, the benefit was offered on a space available basis. That changed probably 2 or 3 legislative sessions ago. I do know that the university system and the community college system calculates the cost, the opportunity cost of this. I don't have that in front of me, but I know that they do calculate it. But it doesn't add a burden. It just is lost revenue, I guess, what I would say.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
We do have the university system ready to explain that to us. Any other, Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This isn't specifically to the addition, but just trying to understand the law as a general rule. It says that the member would be required 4-year reserve duty service obligation from the date that the benefit is transferred.
Right.
But then the spouse can transfer that benefit back. Is there an additional 4 years, or is it just a one-time?
So when the member is using the benefit himself, he just has to be a member in good standing of the National Guard. So he doesn't incur another service obligation, just a member in good standing. So if they separate from the military or they have some pending, some reason that they're not in favorably serving, like in good standing. Weight control is one of the things. You're not making military standards, then you would not be eligible for the benefit. So there would not be another service obligation if it went back to the service member. And again, it's about retention, right? So the guy or gal finishes their first term of enlistment. We want them to re-enlist. We tell them that their wife or their husband can go to school for free if they re-enlist. Then we get them for another 4 years.
Right.
That's right. That's the very pointed way of saying
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
encourage continued service.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I think that leads into the university. Ms. Prevenger?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the ED&A Committee. For the record, my name is Catherine Preventure. I serve as the Chief Administrative Officer for our state's university system. The university system is in favor of supporting Senate Bill 45. We testified to that, as Senator Carson mentioned, in the Senate. I provided some written testimony for you, and for the record, I passed that out earlier. As part of our public mission, we've been supporting National Guardsmen and women since 1996. Over the last decade, we've provided educational benefits to over 7,000 National Guardsmen and women. We do calculate the cost, if you will, and the university system and the community college system absorb that cost. It's part of our public mission. Last academic year, that was about $2.6 million in tuition waivers, averaging about $7,300 per guardsmen and women that took advantage of the benefit. To answer questions on the fiscal note, honestly, we aren't sure how many spouses may take advantage of this benefit. And I don't know the cost if we provided the benefit to both at the same time. So again, this is, I believe, and the Deputy Adjutant General would know better than I think this passed in the last legislative session for the community college system. And because of the timing, the university system wasn't asked to be included in the bill. And so we were happy to support it this session in Senate Bill 45.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the numbers. We always appreciate those. As I read this, this would apply to any degree granting curriculum, including graduate work? Is that true?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Representative True.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, ma'am. So if a spouse were to take advantage of this and go to school at UNH full-time, is that cost $7,300? What does that cost?
In-state tuition at the University of New Hampshire, I believe, is about $15,000.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this would apply to a spouse that just wanted to take a few courses online or whatever?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure the range is from somebody taking one course at Plymouth State to somebody full-time at UNH. It's not a flat benefit.
Correct. That's why the average is 7,300, but 7,300.
Any other questions, Representative Grood?
Thank you. Does the University of New Hampshire system currently offer this type of program? For some reason, I thought this was already part of your.
It is for National Guards men and women.
Yes.
What we haven't had in the past is this law for the benefit to be transferred to a spouse
I
if
see.
the guardsman or woman is not using the benefit.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paul Lloyd.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Paul Lloyd. I'm the chairman of the State Veterans Advisory Committee. SVAC unanimously supports this bill. We supported SB 360 last session, ultimately amended to just include the community college system. This bill includes the university system. Manning the Guard is about making sure we recruit enough people to fill the ranks and then retaining them. Since only the member or spouse can be enrolled in school with a tuition waiver, the additional cost should be minimal. It's a win-win for the Guard and New Hampshire. We retain a trained Guard member, and the spouse gets a degree opportunity that may help us retain the family in our New Hampshire community. Retaining someone until their late 20s, early 30s increases likelihood the family stays in New Hampshire and the member continues to serve. At SVAC, we know that all military families know when one of us serves, the whole family serves. This is an easy way for us to acknowledge the importance of spouses in terms of retaining members and keeping them in state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you just state your affiliation again, sir, Mr. Lord? You-
I'm the chairman of the State Veterans Advisory Committee.
State Veterans of that. Thank you.
Yes. Anyone else? All right. Don't see any. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 45? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing and go into an executive session. Does someone have a motion? Representative Lekes.
I move on to pass on Senate Bill 45.
Is there a second? Second by Representative Gould. All right. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
I don't know that there's too much more to say. It sounds like, helping the spouse getting an education will help the family in general, and as I said, should help recruitment.
Okay. Representative Gould, do you wish to speak to your second?
Just as the daughter of a former National Guard member, I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. I'd like to say that I'm very appreciative of the university system for doing this. And the reason we don't have a fiscal note is that the operating budget of UNH or the community college system is not in our budget things. We only just send them lump sums. Having enjoyed the finance committee on Monday, that was made obvious. All right, anyone else have a comment, question? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Lekes, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
True, yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative Gerhard,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Grota,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes,
16 yea, 0 nay.
all right. Is there any objection to consent? Okay, seeing none, we'll put this on consent, and Representative Lekes at your very earliest convenience. Okay. All right, that ends the executive session. We have 10 minutes before the next hearing. All right, well, that's simple. He's done speaking.
I forgot about pink cards. We don't do that in the Senate, so I will make sure I get it to you.
Senator, it hasn't been that long.
So how quickly we forget, right?
Truly.
Age, I'm gonna blame age for that, okay? Thank you, committee members, for taking my testimony on Senate Bill 96. This bill was brought as a request of a constituent. The short version of the bill is about fairness, right? So the whole purpose of the bill is to make sure that public entities that submit RFPs don't put language into an RFP that steers a contract to a specific company because they have specific.
How was this policy only extended to the state energy performance contracting? Why not other?
Sure. So again, it was about an identified issue. Is why this was brought up. Is that in some of the state performance contracts there were some energy performance contracts, there were some proprietary information written into the contract that was steering the contracts in a given direction, and so we were looking to correct that.
Representative Abear? All right, well, I guess that's the obvious question to.
I have a follow-up question.
Follow-up, yes.
So if this was targeted to a specific issue to do with energy performance contracting, how do we know that this issue is not being, how do we address this issue if it's being used for other types of contracting? Do we know that?
I don't have an answer for that. Again, I take one problem at one time, and this was the problem that was put in front of me, and I looked to correct.
And in the state, we use that distinction to say if it's a bid, we're looking strictly at price. And if it's a proposal, we're looking at more than price. So a bid would be used for things that are, we're buying a box of pencils and they're all the same pencils. We're just looking for the cheapest ones. Where an RFP would be a proposal for more of a service type. So you're looking for different qualities in the company that's providing that service.
Thank you.
And I have a question. These energy efficiency contracts are for state-owned buildings for the most part, or state-owned facilities?
So the ones that go through my office, the Division of Plant and Property, are all for state-owned buildings. Municipalities as well as school districts are also allowed to use this process. However, as you mentioned earlier, they're not required to follow the state rules and laws that guide it.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to testify on Senate Bill 96? Does someone have a motion? Representative Schmidt? No.
No,
Okay,
Gould.
Representative Gould. Okay. Got in ahead. All right, Representative Gould, would you like to speak to your motion?
As I said before, having participated in the process and knowing the integrity, this bill just follows suit and I support it.
Gould? Clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative True,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Abear,
Yes.
Representative Gerhard,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
16 yeas, 0 nay.
All right, the motion passes 16-0. Any objections to consent? Okay. I will echo Representative Lekis's comment that I'm surprised that this is necessary, and I would hope that the general procurement statutes are more specific about about the fairness required. Okay. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, do you want a report on this?
Yes, please.
And I promise you I'll follow through this
What's that?
time. I promise you I'll follow through this time.
Thank you very much. Please report at your earliest convenience. And we have 15 minutes this time. So.
Department of Administrative Services know about the
and I will go through those changes. First, this would be applicable to large fabricated items instead of small items such as nuts, bolts, and hinges. Secondly, this would only be applicable to state projects, not maintenance projects that are $1 million or more. Third, state-funded contracts would have to identify steel products in the project documents so that all bidders are aware of the requirements. And finally, a procedure would be set up with the New Hampshire Administrative Services to allow for waivers when there are supply chain or availability issues. Madam Chair, I will end my testimony at this point. There are members from the steel industry that are here that would be able to answer your questions much better than I can. So I appreciate your time this morning and thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Not taking questions, that's fine. It looks like you've got a full staff behind you. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I represent the town of Epsom. I'm in favor of this bill, mostly because, for very different reasons, I think, from others, in that this is really horrible policy, and so anything that reduces really horrible policy seems to me to be a good thing. I handed out to you a short article, a couple pages from Professor Boudreau that talks about why this is bad policy. But in a nutshell, protectionism is not a good idea. When we try, there's a concept in economics of the seen and the unseen. When you have some kind of policy like this, it's easy to see who benefits, right? The people who benefit are the people in the steel industry, right? But the people who are hurt are sort of invisible, because the people who are hurt are the people who would have a job or would have higher income otherwise, right? If this policy wasn't in place. And there's sort of two kinds of people like that. One is in the steel industry itself. Let's suppose that a steel job moved overseas, right? So because somebody overseas could make steel cheaper than we can. So the money we send overseas has to come back to the U.S. and be paid to somebody who can do something better than somebody overseas can do that other thing. Somebody in the lumber industry, or somebody in the computer industry, or somebody in the movie industry, or whatever, right? Those are the unseen people. And if our funds don't go to the steel producer overseas, then that overseas person can't get the funds back to us, in the sense, right? So that's the one loss, is the people that would normally have sold to the overseas people and don't, right? But they're invisible. The same thing is the domestic consumers. So let's say we, because of this policy, spend $2 for steel when otherwise, if we bought it overseas, we'd spend $1. Well, we have $1 less, right? We're buying steel for $2, and if we could have bought it for $1, we'd have $1 more, and some of that $1 more would go to domestic producers of something else, right? So those are unseen people, if you see what I mean. So protectionist policy like this is simply a bad idea, but it feels good because it's obvious who's being helped, right? We can see the steel, the poor steel person is losing their job. But what we don't see is all the people who are losing their jobs as a consequence of this policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none? Okay, Gary Abbott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and committee members. For the record, my name's Gary Abbott. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Associated, excuse me, Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. I represent both building and highway, commercial contractors and subcontractors, and even some suppliers. I appreciate the sponsor putting this bill in. She did cover pretty much the 4 items that I have here that we've highlighted. Understand that I represent the commercial construction industry who deals with this currently, both on airport projects. They deal with it with federal projects, highway projects. There has been a Buy America Steel provision for many years on those projects that have federal requirements. And so last year, the legislature adopted the policy of Buy America Steel. The language was vague. I know our industry, me representing contractors, had difficulty explaining what this applies to and what it does not apply to. I think the consensus through that process was we were talking about fabricated steel, the larger items, the larger pieces on construction projects, not the small items that you get at Home Depot, that kind of thing. Be very hard to track or even purchase Buy American Steel products for hinges, that kind of thing. You got to think of a building project and all the suppliers and companies that work on it. So what this bill does, and there's some key points, the clarification, when you read those items, they are somewhat technical and construction related. Chairs does not mean like chairs we're sitting in. They're chairs for the rebar that goes into sidewalks. It's a different chairs. I know some have read this bill. That language, I have to tell you, I got from Federal Highway. It was one of their clarifications of what the Buy America Steel. So we want to duplicate what is happening with the federal projects in the state projects. So we're playing on the same level playing field as what we're talking about of Buy America. So that was part of the definitions, really used a Federal Highway memo that did a clarification. We agreed it was for larger projects. The 1 million and over makes sense. And it kind of ties in with the third bullet point that I have is you need it in the project. You want every bidder knowing what items we're talking about. This is one of the things the contractors brought to me, that they know what a bridge project, what items we're talking about. If you do an airport project, they tell you what items we're talking about. So we want the same thing here in the state. If you have a state on a state project, it should be in the project documents. Now, this helps both sides. Whether you're a steel fabricator or a contractor bidding the job, you know what items you got to make sure are Buy America. So everybody's on the same level playing field. You don't have somebody coming in who says, I don't know the law, and so I didn't follow the law. This would make it not competitive for a contractor in New Hampshire who knew the law. So it needs to be in the contract documents, and that's what this does. The fourth bullet that was not in the language that was passed, it left it up to the court system to hear disputes. If anybody objected, any person said, I don't think you met the Buy America, even with the definitions being as vague as it is, you had to go to court to resolve it. We think the power should be with administrative services on state projects, whether it's a waive or whether there's an issue with a project. That way, both the contractor or supplier could highlight this before the project's bid. That's our hope, is that all this is resolved ahead of time, especially if we have supply chain issues as we currently do. If there is a problem getting some item identified, administrative services would be the oversight. Makes sense. This applies to just state projects. So with that, I would hope the committee would support, and I really look at this as clarification of the bill that you passed last year that set the policy without the details. And the reason the details weren't completely worked out, the bill changed shape in the last week during the committee conference. It had some of these items in it. Those were removed, so we're here today to try to get that back. So with that, I would answer any questions and hope the committee supports this bill.
Thank you. I remember having the DAS allowing waivers in the version of the bill that we passed.
It was there, but it went away in the last version that went and got tacked onto the crypto bill.
Ah, thank you very much. I wasn't aware of where it went astray. Are there any other questions from the committee? Representative Abear?
Before this, thank you, Madam Chair. Before this $1 million change, what was it before this?
It really wasn't clarified in the bill. And that's where the confusion of what items, there's a lot of steel components in.
I think it started with $1 million, I believe.
Oh, it did originally. I think if you look at the statute today, it's not there.
Ah, yes. When this committee passed it last year, it did have a threshold, and I believe $1 million was the amount.
Yeah, there were components your committee saw that was still there. And we were happy with what the Senate had passed, so we didn't play a very big role last year as you were deciding the policy question. We were neutral on the policy question. But it just is how the process worked that some of these things got removed.
Say no more. Thank you. Follow up?
So my follow-up question is that before the nuts and bolts and everything throughout lines 6 through 10 were not included, this is added in this version.
I will repeat with the chairman. It was in the Senate version that came across. The Senate amended it with that nuts and bolts version and some of these other parts. You looked at it, you played with a part that's no longer in here. There was a 25%, and I know this committee had a whole thing. There was some threshold of an amount, but I think when you give it to administrative services, it solves that. So that's not there. There was a piece that your committee did amend, but I think what we're saying is all of this was in the original bills. It just, the last week, it got changed out to a different version.
I will remind the committee that you have received a research report on this topic that it appears not all of us have read as thoroughly as it deserves. I certainly didn't, so I'm surprised to hear all this stuff. Okay, any other questions? Representative True and then Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm just trying to get a handle on what structural steel is in this bill. So the bid is out to put in a new bridge and to pave 100 yards on each side of the bridge. So it's the huge I-beams going in.
It'd be the fabricated steel portion. And in this bill, you'll see it's the latest edition of the American Institute of Steel, and it's the fabrication portion that would be covered under this, that would have to be made in the U.S.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you. So the $1 million threshold is not $1 million of structural steel. It's $1 million of the whole bid, and there may be $100,000 worth of structural steel.
That's correct. Any project that's over $1 million is what's classified here, not $1 million of fabricated steel.
Thank you.
It's really to eliminate when the state goes out and hires a subcontractor to fix the plumbing in the legislative office. It's not intended for those kind of projects.
Okay, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I remember having the bill, and it's got, a million different little qualifications and so forth. But the bottom line is we're not talking about people making steel, right? We're talking about people making things out of steel, and where you get the steel has nothing to do with whether it's American or not. Is that correct?
Well, it's a process. It is from the molten stage in the United States to the fabricator made as the state. It's the steel. It is both. You have to show that the molten steel was made in the United States and then went to the fabricator to make the product. make the size beam, say, let's just say a bridge beam of whatever size bridge I need, they would make it. And so it would be a Buy America from that point. It's just not, I went to the local Home Depot and that qualifies. That does not qualify as a Buy America.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, and I
Thank you.
really appreciate your summary of what this bill does.
Thank you.
And Amy Charbonneau?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amy Charbonneau from Continental Paving. Gary did a great job summarizing. I guess I just wanted to come up as an end user of what is written for the state as a contract. So the RSA would fall down on us as a contractor. We support family business in New Hampshire, and we had nothing against the bill from the beginning. All we needed was the clarification. So the important part of the bid process is what would play really important to us. And to answer your question, so what it would do is give the opportunity for the steel manufacturers to keep the state honest and for us people to be able to bid honestly. So when a bid comes out, they have a list of items, and currently right now the items are listed and you actually know particularly like down to the nitty-gritty each item that's in the job, and it would list which ones have to be made in the United States. And at that point it would give the steel people the ability to ask questions to the state and the bidding process to if they missed an item, but it also gives the uniformity in a bid. There can be a lot of confusion when especially out-of-staters come in and New Hampshire people know the rule, and you can lose, a New Hampshire company could lose a bid based on doing it by the way it's written now and not having clarity. And it leaves the DOT, in my eyes, a lot of uncertainty after the fact to try and imply these rules onto somebody who didn't know them. So I think it causes a lot of confusion in the bidding process, could cost a lot of money to the DOT. And then second, when it plays through, if this were not to pass out on the job, it can cause a lot of delays and a lot of confusion again, because what items can you go in the middle of building a bridge? You can't, like the certs and the paperwork and all that takes so many people in your office, and without the clarity, we are unable to really do what we're supposed to be doing. So we're just asking for the clarification and the support to be able to do our job every day for the state the most efficiently and low cost that we possibly can. So that's all I had to say. If anybody has any questions.
Thank you. I think you covered everything admirably.
Thank you.
Okay. Holly Novoletsky?
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Holly Novoletsky. I'm a structural steel fabricator located in Greenland, New Hampshire. And I'm accompanied by some of my other fabricator members from New Hampshire. We do support this bill that AGC brought forward. I think it provides needed clarification to the bill that was passed last year, and we just want to provide our support.
Thank
Short
you
and
very
sweet.
much. We
Any
appreciate
questions?
that. Are there questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 195? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the hearing. Does someone have a motion?
I do.
Okay, Representative Groda.
Yes, I move auto pass on Senate Bill 195.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Representative Goley. You wish to speak to your motion?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Last year, the House passed this policy, and I view this bill as a clarification and an assistance in the bidding process. And that's basically why I moved to auto pass.
All right, Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it provides the much needed clarification that these folks are looking for, and support it. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Groda. Oh, excuse me. Please forgive me. Representative True.
And which bill was it that the House passed last year? Was it 438 or?
I know the answer if you don't
Okay,
mind.
please
Yeah,
answer that.
so we
yes.
passed House Bill, it was Senate Bill 438 that came over to the House. All right, and then we passed that, and we had amended it to include some of the $1 million components. And then when it went back to the Senate, there was a committee of conference, and the bill was attached to House Bill 1552, I believe, which was a cryptocurrency bill, and some of the components of the original Senate bill that came to us had not been added, and the part that is specifically missing is the part that's in this Senate bill now online. And
Yeah.
yeah, line 10, you know, the part that's bolded? That should have been in the amended version on House Bill 1552 during the committee of conference, but it was not added. And that's why we are here today. We're just basically fixing something that should have been correct.
Right. Both the Senate bill.
Oh, sorry, 1503, I got the wrong bill.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Both the Senate bill and the House bill were amended with a totally different
Right.
different place, and the Senate bill that we fixed had a major had a non-germane amendment added that caused the Senate to non-concur, so that language died, and then they added it back into a House bill, a different House bill with no relation to it, but they added their version rather than the part we'd fixed. Anyone else confused? Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you haven't had time to read the research paper, it got very convoluted last year, but this explains it very well, and I think you'd have a deeper understanding.
Yes, it definitely got convoluted. All right, anyone else? Okay. This time, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Grota, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yes.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Representative Abear.
Yes.
Representative Gerhard.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
16 yea, 0 nay.
All right, the motion passes 16-0. Is there any objection to consent? All right, seeing none, we'll put this one on consent. What the fiscal impact is indeterminable, but probably small. I don't think that's enough to keep it off consent. All right. Okay, that's all we have for this morning. Thank you all for your hard work and efficiency, and we will resume at 1 p.m. with Senate Bill 204.
Sure. And FEMA, Homeland Security has one too. So you can pick either one and put them with the kits. In fact, you can build these any way you want, or you can buy a pre-made kit. So I want to read something, and I'm going to share a copy of this letter with all of you, and then I will finish up my testimony. This is from David Hirsch. He's a resident of Bedford, New Hampshire. He's an emergency medical physician that actually works in the North Country, and Dr. Hirsch and I used to work together at Concord Hospital for a number of years. He was not able to be here today, but he wanted to share with you, and this is key. Almost 10 years ago, I had the unfortunate opportunity to experience firsthand how immediate hemorrhage control can save lives. I was stationed at the finish line of the medical tent for the Boston Marathon bombing and was one of the first rescuers to arrive at the bombing site within minutes of the blast. Although this was a terrible tragedy, with 280 victims and 3 immediate fatalities, I learned how immediate bleeding control could help save lives of everyone that was transported to the hospital. There was also a large contribution from bystanders, many without prior medical training, some with, but they had to rely on improvised devices, t-shirts and belts. They didn't have kits that were already pre-prepared. Not all incidents that cause uncontrolled hemorrhage are incidents that involve, penetrating trauma, a bombing or a shooting or a stabbing. It can be quite simply, but very scary, broken glass. If in the wrong place, could sever an artery, and again, someone could bleed to death in under 5 minutes. So I've included in this bill limited liability. It's the same protection one would experience under the Good Samaritan law if they have to act. I've also included in here making a connection. It's not required, but they could connect with the local emergency department physicians who work with EMS and might have a preference, might be able to guide them on, this is what you should, here's some equipment and here's what you can buy. These kits, if you put them together, it can span anywhere from $23 to $83. That's why you see a variation in the fiscal note. This bill also puts a dedicated fund in place so that as we move forward, if folks want to contribute, if there was a group that wanted to make a contribution so that we could put these in more of the public, more state buildings and grow this program, there would be a place for this money to actually go. We did this with the AED Commission that I'm now going to date myself, that I was a part of when I worked at the Bureau of EMS. Oh gosh, in the late 2000s. So we have done this kind of work before. I also set up, and this is where the bill had gotten amended in the committee, in the Senate EDNA, set up a committee that has one person from EMS, one first doctor from the Medical Control Board that's authorized in statute, and a member of Administrative Services that can take this list and set the criteria for basically triage, like what buildings would go first. Because that's, it's going to be hard to sort out, so let's let the experts that would be enabled in the statute to do this. And that's, the 3-person committee, and I think that's it for now. I'll share Dr. Hirsch's letter. I do appreciate the opportunity. I'm happy to answer any questions you have if I can. I do have with me some members of the Emergency Medical Services community and one of my co-sponsors here that are available as well. And I'm sorry I have to keep tipping over this way, but I've got this speaker. It's good. Thank you, Chair McGuire.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Prentice, for taking my question. I believe I saw recently a video about these kits. Do you know if that's on the state fire standards website or if that's on YouTube?
We have our chief of EMS that's here.
Okay.
All
right.
It could be, if you Google, so the American College of Surgeons has something called Stop the Bleed. And that's where, this is the public initiative. This is in the New Hampshire version of that. Some states have done this differently, and we are one of them. So if you Google Stop the Bleed, you can actually see this. Yes. Thank you for your question.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator. You started your speech saying that you were aiming at select but not all buildings. Could you enlighten us as to which buildings would not be included in this?
So thank you for the question, Representative Schuett. There are over 5,000 buildings between ones that are owned by the state and space that is leased by the state. So in an effort to get these rolled out, but I worked with administrative services to identify to really 221 of the most high traffic, public and as well as employee buildings that would be best suited, bless you, and that's where we would start. So this committee would make the decision using the funding that they had and these 221 buildings, what the criteria is and where they would start placing them. And it is my hope, and that's why I set up the fund, that we can even receive we can receive grants and other ways to build this out. There are seasonal locations that have campgrounds that would actually probably be great places for this, but there isn't somebody there throughout the year. So we're going to have to approach this in a tiered manner. Thank you.
Representative Blackus?
Thank you. I noticed you have something here about replacement, and I know these things don't last forever. So do you have some estimate as to what the ongoing costs will be of handling the regular replacement of these?
So thank you for the question. It's somewhere between $23 and $83, depending on, that's our estimate, depending on if you buy a pre-made kit or you put it together yourself. It's not an annual. None of this equipment expires. So, but you would still, over time, if, like rubber gloves can become they can become fragile if they're not replaced. So, the building, we'd have to work with the buildings to make sure that they, that they check these just like they do their AEDs, that everything is there that's supposed to be. So there isn't a specific replacement cost. I would estimate it as being just what the initial purchase price.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So do you have a general feel for how long they'd have to go without replacement? I mean, I'm familiar with this. I have them in our vehicles. And I know they last quite a while, but not forever.
Yeah.
So just trying to get a feel.
Thank you for the question, Representative Leakes. I don't have an exact place I can point my finger. One of my colleagues that's here with me may be able to.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to explain where I'm coming from, I saw a video over the weekend of somebody who was stabbed to death out in Vancouver out front of a Starbucks, just completely random. But what I'm concerned about is we have the materials, but we don't have the training. And is there anything in place to kind of train people? I don't know, maybe something in a school, or is there any kind of long-term plan for something like that? Because it's all good to have the stuff there, but if nobody knows how to use it, I understand it says there's a poster that's enclosed in each kit. But I mean, somebody's bleeding out and you're reading instructions, that could be kind of, so I don't know if there's any plans or that was kind of beyond the scope. And
Thank you for your question. So in approaching this, again, looking back on the defibrillators in the early days, we thought we as EMTs were the only ones that could do this. And then we found the technology to make it easy, and the public intuitively is able to pick these machines up and use them. So this is framed in the same way. And I know, like looking at a card, it could take a couple seconds to get yourself through that, but intuitively, the public has been able to already do this. So we're building upon that. And, it would be ideal that we could have, I don't want to mandate training. I want to put this out there in the same way that we've done other things, and then have people rise to the occasion and say, say it in the State House. You have now, you have these trauma kits, and this is what's in them, and this is how to use them, and make it, just put them near the AEDs, and you would get that basic information. So my fear is if that we mandate it, it'll hold up getting these out there, and that we do this and then rise to the occasion. Thank you for your question.
Other questions? Representative Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Prentice. I just remembered, it was at the New Hampshire Historical Society Library, they have a kit, and there was a poster with it, so I wanted to reassure Representative Gerhard. It was so informative looking over that little piece of paper in the coat room at the New Hampshire Historical Society. I thought I had watched an entire educational video about it.
Thank you.
I have a question. Why, I understand trauma kits are good to have where there's a lot of people coming in and out, but why is this necessarily to be mandated?
Well, putting them in the building, if we want to lead, and we know this is the third leading cause of death, and we want to lean into and give people, just like we have AEDs in these buildings, why, this is the opportunity. So to get something started, this is where we are.
I see. Thank you.
I,
Other questions? All right. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And do you have a clerk I can give the letter to?
We'll pass it around.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't have any other cards. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Representative Prue. Fair enough.
Morning, committee. Madam Chairman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Mark Prue, representative of Manchester, Hillsborough 15, and a former member of this committee, my favorite committee. Didn't really plan on speaking, but I am a co-sponsor of the bill, and I'm also a Stop the Bleed instructor, and that you can usually get that instruction fairly inexpensive or sometimes free. But I will tell you that I am also an EMT. I teach tactical EMS as well, and have seen either in video or in real life these bleeds. And if there is an equipment, people can die in less than 5 minutes in some cases, but usually the average is 5. So having these available is almost as important as the AED. So I think by pushing them out into state buildings where people can see them, it at least raises awareness, and maybe they will go get the training on their own. But I know there's a lot of people floating around because Stop the Bleed is similar to teaching CPR to the general public. A lot of public take these courses. They have the knowledge. They just may not have the equipment on them when they run into one of these. So having that available may save quite a few lives.
Thank you.
And I'll
Are there
take-
questions? Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm assuming that, so like CPR, you use that example, and I know, unfortunately, I had to call 911 and then spend 20 minutes working on a person who wasn't breathing. And so I was getting instruction from the 911 operator over the phone. So I'm assuming in a situation like this, if that kit's available, somebody calls 911, that that with this kind of a coordinated effort that you've been doing all over the country, that the 911 operators would be able to help give people instructions. Is that true?
Thank you for bringing that up. It is absolutely true. They have a flip charts that can get to the specific injuries, and they can absolutely coach you through putting on a tourniquet, chest seal, or an emergency bandage. Absolutely.
Okay. Other questions? All right, seeing none,
Thank you.
thank you. Alexandra Briggs. Representative Mark Prue, P-R-O-U-L-L.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today in support of this bill. My name is Alexandra Briggs. I'm a resident of Lyme, New Hampshire, and I'm a trauma surgeon here in New Hampshire. I'm also an instructor for the Stop the Bleed course, which you've heard about already, which prepares people on how to control bleeding and how to save lives. As you've already heard, bleeding is the #1 cause of preventable death after injury, and people can unfortunately bleed to death in as little as 5 minutes, and that's before any type of emergency services would be available to arrive. By placing trauma kits in places that are available to the people present at the time of an injury, you are providing an opportunity to save a life. Using the contents of the kit to stop bleeding and to allow an injured patient to get to definitive care, like a care by myself or one of my colleagues, is what they ultimately need, but you would be able to help bystanders do this immediately. Publicly available instructions are easy to follow, the posters that are available from the Stop the Bleed kit and from other organizations, as you've heard. Many hospitals in our state and other organizations provide Stop the Bleed training for very little cost or even free, and it usually takes 60 to 90 minutes to go through one of these courses and be prepared to stop the bleeding. While we'd all hope that these kits would be very rarely used, of course, emergencies do happen, and it's emergencies of all kinds. It's not just a shooting situation or a bombing situation. It's an accident in the kitchen as someone's cutting a bagel in the morning, or glass breaking or falling. Any of those things can happen. And so, giving everybody the opportunity to help a colleague, help a friend, help a family member, another person in the public to help save their life is exactly what you'd be able to do by placing these kits in public areas. So I appreciate your attention and the ability to speak today, and I'm happy to take any questions that I might be able to answer for you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Yeah, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Doctor. I experienced, not myself personally on my own body, but I experienced one of these incidents 15 or 20 years ago when a cousin of mine had a glass vase of some sort that fell off of a shelf and broke on the way down and hit her in the arm someplace, and the blood was just so. I'm sure that if I had not been there, she would have bled to death because that hand was completely immobilized, and I had no idea what to do except put a plastic red wrapper, I think, over her hand so it wouldn't bleed on the floor. Got her into her car and went looking for some kind of an emergency. This was in Fort Wayne, Indiana. But I know what it's like to see the blood gushing, and so is the instruction worth mandating so that we would have an idea what to do in addition to having the kit, or is it because like the Heimlich maneuver, kind of everybody's heard of it. I never had to try it. But is it simple instruction that every House member should have?
I think it would be wonderful if everybody had that instruction. I think mandating anything is very difficult, but certainly encouraging people to get informed about it. As was mentioned previously, if you go to, sites like the American College of Surgeons who have the Stop the Bleed program, you can watch a video at home and get all of this knowledge just from watching it on your phone or on your computer, and then go to a skills session to be able to practice it. So it's something that's very easy to have access to, and I would love to encourage everybody to become knowledgeable about. We live in a state where people are active out in the woods, people hunt, people hike, people do plenty of activities where these types of incidents can happen. And so the more people that know how to help, the better. I think people's instincts kick in quickly, as they did for you in the situation that you were in, but having that extra piece of knowledge, and then with this legislation, having additional supplies available to help is always helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? All right, thank you, Dr. Briggs.
Thank you.
All right, we have the head of the EMS division here in case there are questions. Are there questions? Okay, not seeing any. I think you've answered them very well. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 204? Okay, not seeing any. I'll close the hearing.
Representative Goley has a motion if you want to move to executive session.
Okay, Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to move ought to pass on Senate Bill 204.
Goley and Schmidt. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Sure. Being a retired firefighter and working in the field of EMS for 32 and a half years, I have seen numerous occasions where kits like these, when they're available, produce results and save lives. I think it's another tool along with the AED that can be used if placed properly around the state and when needed are available. There will be cards available to help show with instructions, but I think an important point was brought forward by Representative Gould that when someone's calling 911, those operators are trained to direct someone on how to use these and how to properly apply a tourniquet. So I think it would be, as always, when you have a major bleed incident, time is of the essence and will save lives. And when I look at the cost, this is put forward, and I know we're not here to deal with the cost, we're here to deal with the policy. They're looking at 340 to 440 locations. We heard it would be 200 plus locations, and I think when you look at the cost, I mean, I did a quick lookup of already put together kit with all the items on here was $99, and I think if it was done by the state, you could do it at a substantial savings, and even in buying bulk. So when you look at that, it's roughly $20,000 is probably the initial cost. And when we talk about saving lives, I think it's a very good investment for the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, excuse me. So I've already related the incident that occurred to my cousin when I was standing right there and saw it happen. And luckily, I was there. Otherwise, she probably would have bled to death. But I knew nothing about the tremendous speed that such an incident can wind up being fatal in. So I think that it's not only the 400 of us that could benefit from the knowledge and having the kit available, but also there are members of the public who come to our committee meetings, and whether it be by potentially an actual attack by someone with a knife, but we read virtually every day in the paper about stabbing incidents that happen, especially in other countries. But even an accident can be just as fatal if you don't have immediate recourse to first aid. So I think this is just like we have an AED someplace in the building.
It's on the first floor at the
Yeah.
desk.
But this is such a simple thing. The knowledge and a simple kit. I think it's like so many other things. After you heard it, you can't unhear it.
Great. Representative Blackus.
Thank you. Not usually a big fan for spending money, but I'm going to support this. I mean, my experience is I'm a firearms instructor and a range safety officer. I've spent some thousands of hours running ranges, and I've always had a kit quite a bit more than what this is. The other thing on people needing training, a lot of restaurants have a thing stuck up on the wall that's a kind of pictorial thing on how to do the Heimlich maneuver. I would suggest when they do this, they do something similar. So there's like a durable placard or something along with the kit. And people who are just wandering by may glance at it. People are going to pick up information even though, they'll have some idea. And I think that'd be a good idea. I've certainly looked and read at the ones in restaurants for the Heimlich maneuver. So and I think I wouldn't want to mandate this on, private businesses or anything, but this is a state taking responsibility for safety in our buildings. So I could support this.
All right. Other comments, questions? Representative Simon, are you just twiddling?
Just twiddling.
Fair enough. We'll all twiddle together.
Careful with that thing. We don't have the kits yet.
Yeah, silk ties are pretty good, no problem. Yes, sir.
Just wanted to confirm, so all of our 911 operators are trained with tourniquet application, so anybody that calls 911 can in fact get instructions, and it's very easy. So the placards are great, and they'll be in all the kits, but everybody calls the same place for 911 because we have the PSAP, and all those operators are trained to provide that instruction.
Good to know. If we need advice in a hurry, call 911 and they'll help us figure it out. All right, anyone else? Okay, not seeing any more discussion. The motion is ought to pass by Representative Goley, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yes.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Representative Abear.
Yes.
Representative Gerhard.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
16 yea, 0 nay.
All right, the motion passes 16-0. Is there any objection to consent? All right, we'll put this on consent. And when they form that advisory committee, you could certainly recommend to the Liquor Commission that they should cover this out of their own budget. I mean, if the liquor stores are one of the top priorities, they are definitely a broken glass hazard. All right. 1:30, and with perfect timing, I'm going to open the hearing on Senate Bill 207, and I don't have anybody who plans to testify on it. Senator, yes, there you are.
Jason.
Okay, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I am Senator Rebecca Perkins Quokka, representing Senate District 21, the City of Portsmouth, and several Seacoast communities. SB 207, an act establishing a committee to study licensure of mental health professionals and relative to mental health critical incident intervention and management, will do two things. Recreate a study committee I chaired to examine the state of licensure of mental health professionals, as well as make a technical correction to the EMS Critical Incident Intervention and Management Statute at the request of the First Responder PTSD Commission. The 2022 study committee, which Representative Grody joined me on, learned that the licensure of mental health professionals is a very complex, multi-layered issue that we unfortunately did not have time to fully explore. We did make several recommendations for legislation which have been filed this year, but there's further opportunity to study aspects of this urgent challenge, including reviewing licensure criteria for mental health professionals regulated by various state boards, including how such criteria relates to the requirements in neighboring states. Review the licensure process, including how the statutory and regulatory framework may impact the timely and efficient licensure of qualified applicants. Identifying and making recommendations for joining available licensure compacts or adopting an endorsement model regarding mental health professionals. Exploring licensure barriers to attracting qualified mental health professionals to New Hampshire, and ensuring that the successful elements of 2020 Emergency Orders 8, 15, and 18 have been incorporated into our statute. Another year of study will hopefully enable the legislature 2024 to bring the remainder of the legislation that would address this urgent topic. And to address the EMS critical incident intervention, the amendment that was brought forth in the Senate by Senator Birdsall is merely to allow for peer-to-peer support within the PTSD groups and the volunteer organizations that support our first responders. So with that, Madam Chair, I will conclude, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Are there questions? Apparently not. Thank you
right.
very much.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 207? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And I don't think we want to vote on it today because we already have a number of things relative to mental health licensure that we're looking at. I'm not sure that we want to add another study committee. And I think I, in fact, want to get an amendment to split this bill in half. But I don't think we should vote on it today. Yes, Representative Groda.
Yep. Having served in the committee, the original purpose of the committee was to look at hurdles that could be removed to allow more mental health professionals in our state. And as a result of that study committee, we came up with some ideas, but there were so many suggestions by the different boards that we thought it did not. Some of the recommendations were not in the purview of the title of the study committee. So that's why but we felt all of us on the study, we met quite often over the course of the summer. And we felt that there was enough dialogue between the study committee and those testifying that we should continue it. But this is, of course, before all this work with House Bill 655 and House Bill 2 came. And so I agree that we should wait and just see how all this shifts out in ED&A, because we've got quite a load of stuff to look at in our committee. So I agree. And I'm not, although I value what the committee does, and I think that there's more work to be done, but let's see what we can accomplish
Yeah.
between ourselves first.
Well, and also the timing is such that it's easier for us to work on it. We could start tomorrow if we wished, then wait for a committee to be formed. So,
Right. I want to
yes, Representative Lakis.
Right, I agree. I mean, we'll have to see how things go. We have a retained bill that we're planning on using for possible changes to mental health licensing, and depending on the timing of everything, it might make sense even to retain this until we're done with that and deal with them together, possibly. I'm not making a motion today, but
Yeah,
something to think about.
Yeah, we'll keep it in the back of our heads until we're, yes, Representative Burke.
So Representative Lucas and I have spoken, and since he's going to be the chair of the subcommittee looking at the mental health boards, and I'm going to be looking at House Bill 655 and House Bill 2, we thought we would have our subcommittee meetings back to back, so that if someone wanted to stay for both, and we could use lots of help. So we're hoping that you'll all participate, because there's quite a bit to do.
Okay, fair enough. Yes, Representative Gould?
I just want to add that thank you for having the peer support definition put in there. I know for many of my constituents, that has been a really important component in the big picture of mental health in New Hampshire.
Yeah, well, Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, you've already spoken about the idea of having an amendment to split the bill in half. I agree with what's been said up to this point with regard to the first aspect, but this mental health critical incident intervention is clearly something that you see as separate and potentially doable. And if we have some discussions about what it involves, then I think we should start, because I don't, I mean, I can imagine, the words mean something to me, but I don't have a vivid image of how this would look in reality.
Well, I think yes, we can talk about it, and I'm, unless something comes up to indicate that we need a specific study committee, I plan to just leave the peer-to-peer work in the bill and try and pass it, and I'll do that before the deadline and bring it to the committee for their review.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else? All right, we are just too efficient. The final hearing is at 2:15, so I hope most of you will return.
Just a quick question. I picked up all the stuff that was lying on the table at the beginning of the day, but I wind up with Senate Bill 105, which is not on the agenda, and no 53, which is. So what's going on?
Our assistant reports that she is distributing the Senate bills as she gets them.
Uh-huh. So we don't have 53?
Apparently not.
Huh.
Wait a minute. Some people have, I have 53.
Okay. Yeah, I took one from every stack. I thought, oh, here I got 105. Yeah, it was out of order. Okay. prepared statement. You're going to, have you got a copy for us?
I do.
For the
Yes.
record? Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? I have a couple. Representative True, you can go first.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if the USC says you may use these refrigerants, New Hampshire can say, no, you can't?
It's actually, this current version of the state's building code is what's prohibitive in this case, because most states operate on like a 3-year building code adoption cycle. Some operate on 6-year. Some don't even have a state building code altogether. And so when they're adopting new versions of building codes, they're using the latest ICC model codes that come out. And these new refrigerants aren't listed until the 2024 edition that just came out from the ICC this year. So what this is doing is basically just kind of giving a bridge to manufacturers here in New Hampshire and otherwise to get them to the point where those codes will eventually be adopted. It may be 6 years before that happens. So this is just a temporary way by going into the building code itself to make sure we're smooth transition.
Thank you. I have some questions. So these alternate refrigerants are in the 2024 building codes.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, and we are in the 18, considering going to 2021. All right. I've got some correspondence from the State Fire Marshal and the Building Code Review Board, who are very concerned that these refrigerants are much more flammable than the current versions.
Mm-hmm.
And how is that being addressed?
So low GWP refrigerants, which is what we refer to these refrigerants as, low global warming potential. You're right, they are flammable. It's a below flammability rating. We refer to them as A2Ls. So that's the second lowest flammability rating that these refrigerants could be given. We invested over $7 million in safety research on these refrigerants. And the research findings have been used to upgrade the safety standards and to protect our customers and stakeholders. More than 80%, to couple it to another industry, over 80% of the cars that are being sold right now in the US are using these same refrigerants in their air conditioning systems. So we, again, have training materials developed by the fire service. And we are coming up with a new curriculum to give to contractors to make sure that they safely handle substitute refrigerants.
Okay. I'm concerned about residences because in commercial too, in most cases, your refrigerators are right next to your stoves. And so if you had a refrigerant leak, you're exposed to fire. And are there additional requirements that are generated by virtue of this, like sprinklers or fire suppression systems or whatever?
No, there nothing fire suppression related. But obviously, as the new 2024 codes come out, they're going to have relevant safety standards, relevant federal safety standards on how to install them, how to maintain them, how to safely manage these refrigerants. And
So you want us to allow them without that sort of information?
No, they have, as the 2024 ICC codes come out, they are tied to federal regulations as well as common engineering ASHRAE standards that are there for safety measures.
And are those codes available now?
Yes.
Thank you. Other Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are HFCs flammable?
They are mildly flammable. These are more flammable, but to put in perspective, they have the new A2L refrigerants have about the same flammability as like olive oil. So if you really hold a torch to it, you could eventually get it to ignite, but it's not something that just, with one spark, can cause a disaster. It would have to take a sustained flame on this refrigerant in order to get it to
Well, the thing is that this stuff is going to it's going to be a gas in the system, or is there going to be a liquid in the system? The new chemicals.
Yep, it's a liquid. Yep.
It's a liquid. In other words, it's not out there as a gas. You know.
No. Yeah, it is, and it operates in a closed system. You know, obviously when there are leaks, they're usually small, especially on a residential scale. But again, the flammability is considered low, and this all goes through when these new refrigerants are manufactured. They have to go through not only the EPA, but they have to go through OSHA as well to be checked for safety standards for use in commercial applications. So there's multiple agencies and multiple bodies working on the safety aspects and the safe installation of these.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
So the thing is, this is the committee that handles the building codes when they come into the legislature for approval. So we have a number of members who have experience with some of these things, and so we have some level of sophistication with regard. So, I mean, grain dust, for example, is explosive. There are things that are explosive, and you're telling me that they're closed system, and it's going to be there as a liquid, and therefore it's not going to. The chair has asked about what if there's a leak. Well, if there's a leak, it's going to be as a liquid and not as a gas. In other words,
It could be, well, the new refrigerants can be either liquid or they could be gas. But most common application in residential applications is a coolant type refrigerant.
okay. Well, I'll defer to my colleagues for further questions.
Representative Lekis.
Thank you. So are you saying that at, standard pressure and room temperature, the stuff is a liquid? I'm skeptical about that.
No, I mean,
so if it leaked out into the room, would it leak out as either a gas or as a liquid that would boil into a gas at standard room conditions?
yes, it could, again, but it's not explosive. That's the key. This isn't an explosive gas or liquid. It's flammable, and the A2L designation that's given to it by the federal government indicates that 2L means the second low flammability rating. There's a 1L, 2L, and it keeps moving up from there. So
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Broda.
Okay, so I think you just confirmed, so the material is rated as a 2A2L. So, but that rating does require considerations for fire safety and for installation. So how do we know that by inserting this, how do we know that our current building codes take into consideration those safety measures if we're going to allow that refrigerant?
So the codes refer to existing standards and existing. So I mentioned ASHRAE standard 90.1 is the yes,
I
Madam
should
Chair.
like to point out that in New Hampshire, we cannot say that we're going with the current version of anything. We have to explicitly approve a specific edition of a rule or a regulation or a standard before we can put it into law. So that you may, this standard may or may not be what's in our current building code. And if it is not, it needs to be officially added to our building code.
Yes, it will be. We work on the regulatory side as well, the reason why we pursue legislation in certain states is just because the building code cycle isn't lining up with the federal phase down. So there are some states where right now we're just working through traditional building code process because it just happened to line up that way. But New Hampshire is not one of those states. In fact, I'm working in 27 this year, getting prepared for this transition that begins July 1, 2024. So we have a whole regulatory team that's working on that end with the safety standards, engineering standards.
So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that this is a year in advance of actually having that sort of data available.
This is, I guess, Madam Chair, can you rephrase the question? What data?
The standards, the building codes, the safety procedures, et cetera, will not be available for adoption or will not be effective until over a year from now. Is that correct?
It would depend on when the state of New Hampshire adopted the 2020, and they don't have to, it doesn't have to be, they could take aspects of the 2024 model code.
Our
And they
standard
can
is that
accelerate
we
it.
will adopt the 2024 building code approximately in 2027. We
Mhm.
prefer to be one cycle behind so the bugs can come out.
Yep.
So that's 4 years ahead of when we would adopt the building code.
Yeah, so again, we work with a variety of, of our partner engineering organizations to ensure, the safety standards are up to date. That's a whole effort outside of what I'm doing. But what it comes down to is basically, the federal government is telling us we need to use these new refrigerants. And they're going to start restricting the supply next year in 2024. And if these refrigerants aren't listed in New Hampshire's building code, we can't sell equipment here. And so that's everything from residential, air conditioning units to commercial refrigeration for hospitals, restaurants. It's really let's put it this way: we're so invested in this as an industry that we're trying to get this fixed by the end of the year in 27 different states. So I'm running all over the place. I mean, Maryland right now, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, they're all considering the same legislation because their building code cycle doesn't line up with the EPA timeline.
Thank you, I'm sorry for interrupting you, Representative.
I think what you said to me was, so if we don't adopt this, the current things that that are being installed in our homes and businesses, those models are going to be discontinued.
Well, they're going to still remain on the EPA's called a SNAP list of like approved refrigerants. They're going to remain on there.
Yeah.
What's going to happen in practice would be, so if a state didn't adopt these changes to the code, we would get to July 1st, 2024, and they may not feel it at that point immediately because there's still going to be a lot of stock of the current equipment out there. But as that equipment quickly gets bought up because people have, say, surplus refrigerant, or they have, eventually it's going to create scarcity. And once that current equipment runs out, starting in 2025, our manufacturers can't even put the existing refrigerants in after that.
That was my
2025
question.
date. Yeah.
That was my follow-up. So you're saying that after a certain amount of time, the refrigerants that we use in the equipment that we buy now will not be available. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, I think we should think about it.
Yes, thank you, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So did these issues come up in the Senate when the bill was heard there?
No, we had a couple questions, but again, because we're doing this across the country, we have a lot of other examples to kind of show from of where this has been a success. Like last year, and not only that, I'll note that, so this is one of the rare issues where like industry and the environmental community are also aligned on it, right? So we have Chamber of Commerce is one of the endorsers of this legislation, and so is the Sierra Club and League of Conservation Voters. So from an environmental standpoint, the impact is going to be significant from our sector. I think it's going to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions from refrigerants by 75% over the next 15 years.
This also
Follow-up.
this sounds good in terms of going in one direction, but the flammability and explosive aspect is the kind of thing we don't want to kind of go, what could happen? Yeah, boom, could happen.
Well,
Probably not boom.
Probably
Representative.
not, but I mean, you understand, we have a responsibility to make a responsible decision on
Yeah.
this, and we got questions.
Absolutely. I will say when we're going through the code adoption process on the regulatory side, we're working hand in hand with the fire marshal's office because they, are part of the building code adoption process. They weigh in on all these issues, and we really, again, we've invested a lot of money, $7 million into training for firefighters, for fire safety public officials, and again, it's not, I don't want it to be classified as explosive. It's just, it's flammable.
We're glad of the difference. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I just wanted to clarify that with Representative Schmidt briefly on the explosiveness versus flammability. There is a big difference on those issues in classifications. But I want to get back to the bill itself. And when I look at this, that as we go forward, this just states that the product line coming forward shall not be prohibited. I mean, it doesn't say it has to be brought in. It doesn't say it has to be out there.
Mhm.
And from what I'm seeing, as I looked at briefly, the 42 USC 7671 code and policy of the code is to the maximum extent applicable, class 1 and class 2 substances shall be replaced by chemical product substitutes or alternative manufacturing processes that reduce the overall risk to human health and the environment. And that is clearly what you're trying to do here.
Yes, and at its simplest form, it's basically saying all EPA approved refrigerants are able to be used in the state of New Hampshire. And so that's basically what the legislation does. Just says that if it's approved by the EPA as a approved refrigerant, it could be used in equipment that's sold here and installed here in New Hampshire. Which
And-
again, that you know, all of the new equipment beginning in 2025 is going to be using these new EPA approved substitutes.
Follow up?
Follow up, please.
And just as I follow up reading this, it states specifically, and I'm sure this is, I'm assuming this has been all through the EPA as well, is that refrigerants shall be listed and installed in accordance with the safety standards, which I'm sure are probably already recognized and placed out there for
Yes.
those installing. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do these new refrigerants work in all of the existing equipment, refrigerators, air conditioners?
No, so Representative, the current equipment that's out there is going to be still going to need to use HFC based refrigerant. All the new stuff will have the new refrigerants in it, but you can't utilize the new refrigerants in old equipment. It's specifically engineered for the new equipment.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So for all of the people that have the current equipment, you're saying there's going to be a supply problem for them going forward?
Well, there's part of so this is going to happen over a 15-year period, the transition, and part of the EPA's plan is to keep 15% of the reserve of these existing refrigerants in reserve to service the current equipment. But the new refrigerants will eventually, or the old refrigerants, current refrigerants, they will be, obviously, people are going to be buying them. They're not being produced anymore. So whatever's out there on the market is basically what's available.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Gerhard.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh,
Just curious as to the timeline. These new refrigerants, how long have they been out, and how much do we know about them? I'm just thinking, government proving DDT and stuff like that. Are we actually making the situation worse, or is this stuff time tested and there's no question about it?
Yeah, this has been tested for over 10 years now, both by our association. So our association isn't just advocacy. We also develop safety standards, product certification. So we've been engaged with other entities like ASHRAE, is the main one to come up with a plan to transition these in a safe way, make sure we have all the safety standards in place, and try to make the transition as smooth as we can.
Thank you. And just follow up.
Follow up.
And the cost is equal?
Yes, the cost is equal. In fact, only 1% of the cost of new equipment is the refrigerant. So
Compared to previously?
it's always been. It's
always been
typically
1%.
1% of the total cost is the refrigerant that's in the system.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? I have Representative True.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So how many new refrigerants are there? Is there just one class of new refrigerant, or are there multiple classes of new refrigerant?
There are multiple classes of refrigerants, and there's hundreds of new substitute alternative refrigerants that are coming onto the market, and a lot of them are manufactured here in the U.S.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions? I have one question. What's the hurry? Why do you want it to go into effect 60 days instead of as of July 1st, 2024?
Well, ideally, Madam Chair, we're trying to give our manufacturers as much lead time as possible because our manufacturers need to look at sort of at a national scale where they're going to be able to sell equipment and where they're not, and shift and allocate supply chains accordingly. So, ideally, we're trying to get enough time so we can be sure and have the certainty that we could sell the equipment in New Hampshire, rather than waiting till right before the deadline when we probably have already shifted supplies to other states that are accepting them.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Bear.
It's more of a follow-on question to Chair McGuire's question. So if this was not approved, would there be a shortage of equipment in New Hampshire?
Yes, there'd be a shortage of equipment and a shortage of refrigerants.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for the information. That's the last card I had. Does anyone else wish to testify on Senate Bill 53? All right, seeing none, I'll close the hearing. Representative True?
Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Did I hear you say that New Hampshire code doesn't allow us to say, yeah, whatever they said, we agree with that? Do we have to list all these refrigerants?
We could adopt a later version of the federal standard, which would list the criteria more likely. But yes, we have to specifically identify federal regulations that we are going to comply with. It's in the Constitution. Anyone? I don't think we're ready to exec this today. Do you? Yes.
No, I would like to. I'm surprised because we have a pretty proactive fire marshal. So I would have thought that if there were concerns, he would have been here, or they would have been here. So if there's a way of getting confirmation, I think that's, I'd like to see that, because
Yes.
I don't want to impinge, progress in the way, in supplying things to people to New Hampshire. But I'd like to know more about what their concern is. And so I think that's, if they're here to tell us that their concern is, teeny, 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 then it helps us, as opposed to, oh yeah, we need to change things. So
Right.
Does that
I
make
think we
sense?
will send this to subcommittee. Who would be appropriate? Well, your Representative Simon, your subcommittee is not overburdened at the moment. So why don't you take this and make sure to get the fire marshal and the building code review board in to explain their concerns. Because we as a legislator have decided not to adopt the latest code as soon as it's available, because there's frequently errors that the early adopters will find out for us. So I'd like to at least have a meeting on this before we do anything with it. Anyone else? Okay.
Well, the thing is, Mr. Aruzzi, is that your? Yeah. So he's obviously extremely knowledgeable and well prepared, and his testimony was very elucidating. But I think we all have a certain amount of uncertainty with regard to whether we shouldn't ask a couple more questions, especially involving the fire marshal and his office.
And I hope you will be able to support our subcommittee meeting. We would appreciate your knowledge. All right, in that case, that's all we have scheduled for today. We are coming back tomorrow at 10 o'clock for a set of licensing bills mostly.